very early this morning. Yesterday was absolutely unique. Apart from the fact that we kicked off with the welcome address by the President and Chairman of the organized private sector, setting the tone for the discussion, highlighting the need for us to recognize the private sector as the engine of growth, innovation, income, and job creation for Nigeria. We had several very notable people presenting goodwill messages. We had the Ambassador of Netherlands to Nigeria, Mr. Harry van Dijk, who reiterated the support of the Dutch government to virtually everything we are doing in Nigeria, and also the fact that we also have several Dutch companies in Nigeria. We had the goodwill message from the Managing Director of the Federal Mortgage Bank. But it's also at the same session that we had the Country Director of ILO, Vanessa Fala, who also keyed into the main theme of the conference by highlighting the need to continue to work towards ensuring that we have a vibrant private sector that could serve as the engine of growth for our national economy. And then we had the keynote address. Jean Bakole, a Congolese with areas of influence covering over 10 countries, including Nigeria, Niger, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, his country, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mali, and Guinea, reiterated the need for Nigeria to be in the lead in the area of harnessing the amazing potentials in the private sector as job creators and wealth creators for national development. I want to say thank you to His Excellency, the former Governor of Anambra State, the Minister of Labor and Productivity, Dr. Chris Ngige, who represented the President, and in him we also heard the position of government in the area of energizing the private sector. Yesterday we had two panel discussions. The first one, a very beautiful panel, looked at promoting the participation of youths and social actors in strengthening youth employment through skills development. The main paper was presented by the Director General and Chief Executive of the Industrial Training Fund, Sir Joseph Ari, who highlighted virtually everything that the Industrial Training Fund is doing. But I think my takeaway there was that there's need for synergy. There's no need for silos. All of the government agencies, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Power, and everybody need to work together to ensure that we maximize the potentials of the Nigerian youths. And this directly led us to the second panel discussion, which was on backward integration and promotion of Made in Nigeria goods. Again, the discussion was animated, so much light, so much heat. But at the end of the day, we also realized that there's need to work together to ensure that the need for backward integration is achieved. I'd like to welcome, but I do know that we have our communication team working on it, and highlights of the 2 days will be presented, hopefully. But let me, on behalf of the organizers, welcome all of you to the second day of this absolutely very important summit. This morning, we have our first panel discussion. The focus will be building a collaborative regulatory environment for enterprise competitiveness, job creation, and national development. Our moderator is the Corporate Relations Director and Company Secretary, Guinness Nigeria PLC. Please join us and welcome Mr. Rotimi Okushola. Our speaker is actually supposed to be the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission. I've not seen him, but I'm standing here as a representative. Sir? Hello, sir. I'm suspecting you. Are you representing the DG, sir? It's almost here. But I can invite other people to keep you company. Okay. I'd like to welcome here the DG Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadiri. So if you are not looking this resplendent, I will not say you're a manufacturer. I welcome you, sir. Welcome you. Our next panelist is an expert in the oil and gas sector, Dr. Louis Brown Obefun. And then the Chief Executive Officer, NGX Regulation Limited, Mrs. Tinoawe, is also here with us. Okay. And Mr. Ibrahim Boye, Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services, will be representing the Director General of SEC. Outside is almost walking in. The moderator is a very good man. He's holding brief for him. And then Mrs. Tinoawe, probably just, okay, will be joining us. All right, so I will take the microphone to the moderator in case he has some preliminary thoughts while we await the arrival of the main speaker. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Iberion. Thank you very much for the introductions. I also want to welcome everyone who is here present. Thank you so very much, not just for coming, but also for coming to schedule. And the intention we have today is to, as much as possible, be business-like in the manner in which we conduct the sessions today. Express the apologies on behalf of the representative of the DG of SEC. I met with him yesterday, he was here yesterday, committed to this program. So I'm pretty certain there is a justifiable reason why he's not in the room at the moment, but I'm also aware that he's just a few minutes away. I also want to use the opportunity to appreciate the two gentlemen who have joined me on the podium today for this very important session. Yesterday we had a really good time. The conversations that we had in the room yesterday demonstrated for me, I think, what the session today is going to be focusing on. And it is building that collaboration in the regulatory environment in Nigeria to ensure that enterprises can be competitive, enterprises can be the source of creation of jobs, and of course, indeed, for national development. And for those of us who were here yesterday, we will see that there was a lot of focus on what should happen from the government or the public side to enable the ability of the private sector to create jobs, get involved in activities that lead to economic development. And so because of that, introduction that we've had today, we think this session is extremely important in, discussing and sharing views on that. And you'll see the panel has been carefully selected. The speaker is the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and many of us will know that a lot of the big companies in the private sector in Nigeria are also publicly quoted entities and therefore regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. So it's quite opposite that we have the DG of the Securities and Exchange Commission being the delivering the lead paper, and I'm pretty certain that we will find that paper quite inspiring. And then on the panel also we have Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadri. When the MC was introducing Mr. Ajayi Kadri, were two things that I noticed. He first commented, I think quite appropriately, on how Mr. Ajayi Kadri, at any public forum where you meet him, I don't know about what happens when he's at home, but when you meet him at any public forum, you will know that he's walking the talk. The way he appears demonstrates his commitment to industries in Nigeria, to enterprise in Nigeria. So what he's wearing, for those of us who may not know, is completely Nigerian made. Not only is he a fantastic Nigerian attire, but it's also made, in Nigeria. So if you are interested in, I'm appointing myself as his clothier for today. If you are interested in knowing a bit more about it, you can see me after the program. The second thing that I noticed when Mr. Ajayi Kadri was introduced was the people who applauded most in the room were the people who are in the private sector. They were the ones that were clapping the most. I could see my friends from the, beverage industry, from the oil and gas industry, from food. They were applauding because indeed the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, ably led by Mr. Ajayi Kadri, has been a real great source of support for the private sector in the country. And again, this for me demonstrates the importance of the subject that we're going to be speaking about at this session. And I'm really eager to hear the views that Mr. Ajayi Kadri will have to share with us. And then we've got Dr. Louise Brown Obeifun. Dr. Louise Brown Obeifun is a reputable practitioner in the oil and gas industry. In the conversations that I've had with him earlier today and before today, I could tell that as someone who is versed in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, the views that he has demonstrate, that industry, if you were looking for an industry that is, I don't want to say over-regulated, but that is, regulated and, is a focus of regulation, then you would know that, well, the selection that we've made in having him on the panel is also an opposite one. And I think, the views that he will be expressing will also be quite interesting. Finally, on the program, we had Ms. Tinuawe. Tinuawe was meant to join us by Zoom virtually, and we're still working on whether that's going to happen, although there's been a change in time that may mean that the time we're having this conversation, she might be otherwise engaged. So what I want to do, and thank you for listening to my preliminary comments, what I want to do is to invite both Mr. Ajayi Kadri and Dr. Louise Brown Obeifun to share with us some preliminary views that they have on the subject. And if I can remind us, it's about building a collaborative regulatory environment for enterprise competitiveness. That's important. For the creation of jobs, and for national development. I'm pretty certain that beyond the comments that they're going to have on the views to be shared by the lead speaker, they also have, preliminary comments that they will I'm going to invite them to share with us. So I'll start with you, Dr. Ajayi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and my friend. Before I start, I would like to thank NECA for the opportunity to be here. We've always worked together in the private sector, and currently NECA leads the organized private sector in Nigeria. It's been a quite rewarding experience. Even though I'm just joining for the first time today, I'm very happy with what had been said before. But the conversation we have today, I think, is in the heart of what one would love the public-private sector partnership to look like. It exemplifies one of those areas that if we get it right, we are likely to have an economy that works. It's a very good thing. Some people say don't put the cart before the horse, but now we can see the advantage in putting the horse before the cart. We don't have to have the lead paper. It's an opportunity for us to steal the show before it comes. So, but essentially, I think regulators are supposed to help to advance the economy. They are supposed to create an environment where an industry can thrive, bringing in the strategic and general objective of governments to bear in that sector. So one would imagine how a collaboration between the regulator and the regulated can lead to growth. It is a good thing that I have an opportunity to share my experience, because in real terms, the regulator is not supposed to be the enemy of the regulated. He's actually not a policeman of the regulated. He's supposed to work together with the industry players, for instance, to achieve the strategic objective of government, the business interests of the agency or of the industry that is being regulated, and the well-being of the people. So I would like to establish a tripod. You have the government represented by the regulator. You have the industry, that is the operator represented by the industry in the examples I would like to give. And then you have the people. There should be a sense of responsibility and accountability that runs through. So the regulator ensures that those that are operating in the industry do not just operate driven by profit motives, but they care about the well-being and the welfare of the people. At the same time, the regulator should also ensure that there is no people, or what I will call consumer tyranny, or the population trying to take advantage of the industry, because many people do not realize that that happens. We are always trying to ensure that the industry operates appropriately. And so they put a lot of demand on them. But the people also have a responsibility, the host community. So the regulator is to ensure that it's a two-way traffic, that you have a situation where the industry player feels very safe, is protected in legal terms, in terms of security of their assets, their investment, their guaranteed survival. And then the people also to be protected that the industry does not manipulate them or deal with them unfairly. I just like to bring in that. And also for us to see, for the regulator to see the long-term interest of the industry. If you are interested in the now, it is most unlikely that the industry will be able to grow. We are always very conversant with the fact that the government hardly has enough resources to take care of the regulatory agencies. And that has been the reason why there's aggressive IGR drive. And this is one of the areas where we have conflicts or some scuffles between the regulator and the regulated. So, but if we are able to arrive at an environment where there's mutual understanding in the long interests of the economy and of the industry, we will have a synergy that takes into consideration the need to regulate in such a way that there's survival, there's growth, there's competitiveness, and now that we are in an environment where our economy is opening up as we are entering into the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, you see the market penetration objective of an average industry being mirrored in the role that the regulatory agencies can play. I think Standards Organization of Nigeria is already doing that. And all over Africa, they are trying to harmonize their standards so that non-tariff barriers to market penetration will not be hampered. So we can see the long-term strategic objective of the industry, of the economy, being played out in how the regulator works. If we have negative regulation, then you have a big problem in the industry. In some cases, you even see the regulators competing with the regulated. You see a situation where the regulator sees himself as a policeman, as a roadblock. As a matter of fact, you are suspect before you are approached. And the relationship becomes that of cat and mouse. There's no transparency. The industry finds it difficult to be transparent. And the regulator is always holding up a big stick that he will wield at the slightest opportunity. So I think to kind of, because I can see that we have the moderator, maybe I leave the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajayi. Very insightful preliminary thoughts. And I'm sure most of you will have noticed that I was busy taking notes. Like, it reminded me of my days in the university when your distinguished professors are speaking, you are taking notes. I think I'm going to still allow Mr. Ibrahim Boyi to settle in, then I'll do a proper introduction. And whilst he's doing that, yes, I had promised that I was going to get some preliminary comments from Dr. Obeifun, but if you will, please keep it to like 45 seconds, and then we'll go. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Rather than stay on any existing protocol, I don't want to break the platform. I'll rather embrace the protocols that have been established. You're welcome. 45 seconds, that's okay. In my own view, I'm trying to look at regulation in the oil and gas. The question that comes to mind is, everybody is talking about the regulation in the oil and gas. And here we are looking at regulation and the regulatory agencies. So how am I going to be able to find the nexus between that regulation, regulators, and the deregulation? Because people believe that the regulation is good for oil and gas, and that we need to break some of the monopolies for us to get investors into the country. But however, having just said that, looking at the 45 seconds timeline, the oil and gas, for instance, is serving with several regulators. And then you also have some other agencies that are playing very critical roles in the chain. We'll go into the BIA maybe later, but because of time, you have the CBN, you have the FIRS, for instance, that also have very critical roles to play in the regulation of certain things within the oil and gas industry. But my own area of concentration today will be why we are not having the kind of synergy that we are supposed to have amongst all the regulators. For example, you find out that in the years before the PIA...
Can I invite you, sir, to hold your fire? Let me implead you to hold. I know I've had preliminary discussions with Dr. Benfon, and I have a hint of what is about to come. So hold the fire, sir. Now, allow me to go back to introducing Mr. Ibrahim Boyi. Mr. Ibrahim Boyi is the Executive Commissioner Corporate Services of the Securities and Exchange Commission. He's representing the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. You remember I mentioned that I met Mr. Boyi yesterday. He was here throughout yesterday, so I am pretty certain, and I'm not holding brief for him, I'm pretty certain there is a reason why he walked in a few minutes ago. But Mr. Boyi, I'm going to invite you to deliver your paper, and then we'll go back to the agenda. Thank you.
So if you don't mind,
It's fine. It's fine.
Well, I first and foremost would like to apologize for walking in late. And like Soroti mentioned, I was here yesterday. And the program I have actually for the delivery of this paper is 10 o'clock. That was the official communication we had from NECA. So I don't know where the mix-up came from. And I'm sure I walked in here before 10, so, so I'm not late. But apologies all the same. It's not in our character. I sincerely apologize for that. Now, I'm standing in here for and on behalf of the Director General, Mr. Lamido Yuguda, who actually has made all effort to be here. But unfortunately, events occurred and he has not been able to make it. But he delegated me to come and deliver his message. So the message I'm delivering is his, it's not mine. All right, every word of it is his. And that's how committed he was to this program. So my name is Ibrahim Boyi. I'm the Commissioner of Corporate Services for the Securities and Exchange Commission. And I will deliver his paper. The Honorable Ministers present, the President and Management Committee of the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, the Chief Executives of the organized businesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure I'm light enough to stand on all existing protocols. Good morning, all. It's a great pleasure and honor to join you today and share my thoughts at the first Nigeria Employers Summit organized by the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA. Since its formation in 1957, NECA has earned a reputation as a viable platform for interaction between private sector employers, government, labor, and other relevant stakeholders. We at the Commission identify with NECA's commitment and drive towards promoting a favorable environment for businesses to thrive and contribute maximally to national development. The theme for this year's summit, the private sector and engine for national development, couldn't have come at a better time than now, when nations are working to manage their economies amidst the devastating effects of COVID and are reveling global political developments. I must also mention that the topic, building a collaborative regulatory environment for enterprise competitiveness, job creation, and national development, is a tacit reminder that building a viable economic system requires cooperation and commitment of all relevant stakeholders operating in a robust regulatory environment. I'm therefore truly honored to speak on a topic consistent with our professional engagements at the Commission, especially as the Commission harps on developing and regulating a dynamic, fair, transparent, and efficient capital market that will contribute to the nation's economic development. We are all aware of the importance of well-developed capital market, as well as the fundamental role it plays in facilitating and promoting capital formation. The capital market, in its special role in the financial system, efficiently allocates resources to entities who need long-term finance. It presents varied options for long-term funding of strategic sectors, government and corporates, while presenting a liquid platform for preserving and growing investors' assets. The story of the Nigerian capital market has been one of steady growth. Against all odds, the menu of the asset classes has increased over the last few years, and market infrastructure has been modernized. There is a marked increase in the depth of the bond, equities, and the derivatives market, which has brought improved allocation of capital and better risk management in the financial sector. Today, Nigeria's bond market continues to attract prestigious issuers, including AAA-rated multinational financial institutions like the World Bank's private sector arm, the IFC, and the African Development Bank. The Nigerian capital market has facilitated the individual shareholders' ability to own shares in Nigerian enterprises. It has equally maintained savings in the economy and rewarded investors over the long term. The equities market has several times been ranked among the top performing in the world. The capital market also engenders best practice in corporate governance, promotes meritocracy and innovation, in addition to facilitating economic diversification and support for entrepreneurship and job creation. For any country to be amongst the most economically advanced in the Community of Nations, serious attention must be paid to the development of a credible and stable capital market, which is an essential precondition for well-functioning economy. Such credibility and stability are not guaranteed by market mechanisms alone, but regulation too. The Securities and Exchange Commission brings significant regulations to the capital market. We have over the years continued to put in place clear and consistently applied regulatory frameworks to reduce regulatory and operational impediments and engender the smooth functioning of the market. As the apex regulator of the Nigerian capital market, the SEC has executed several initiatives to build a collaborative regulatory environment for enterprise competitiveness, job creation, and national development. Through its 10-year capital market master plan, which serves as the primary roadmap for the development of the Nigerian capital market, the Commission has mapped out strategies to build a market that is the largest on the continent of Africa and one of the world's deepest by 2025. The master plan's implementation has been admitted as the 246th program and project in the recently approved National Development Plan, NDP 2021-2025. The Commission designed the master plan around 4 strategic themes. 1, to drive and facilitate capital raising for sustainable national development and transformation of Nigeria's priority economic sectors, thereby effectively contributing to national economy. To align market structure to requirements of the economy, as well as increase scale, size, and professionalism of all stakeholders. To ensure competitiveness by establishing practices to improve transparency, efficiency, and liquidity to attract sustainable interest in the capital market from domestic as well as foreign investors and participants. To create an enabling, facilitative oversight and regulatory framework supportive of deepening and development of the Nigerian capital market. Just recently, the master plan underwent a midterm review as proposed within the plan period. The review aligned the Nigerian capital market master plan to current economic realities, charted the strategic position and future direction of the capital market, provided clarity on the vision, objectives, and the roadmap required to achieve the set objectives, identified challenges, opportunities and risks associated with the implementation and ways of effectively combating them, identified and incorporated new product ideas and initiatives to deepen and grow the market, included implementation progress and analysis of the impact of implemented initiatives, and engaged stakeholders on the current level of market development and opportunities for further growth. In support of the federal government's efforts to diversify the Nigerian economy, the Commission is implementing a commodities ecosystem roadmap to facilitate an enabling environment for functioning commodity trading ecosystem. There has been considerable improvement in this sector, particularly with the increase in the number of companies operating in the ecosystem. We currently have 5 registered commodity exchanges at various levels of sophistication and operations. The potential impact of these infrastructures are the continued financial literacy of the stakeholders in the sector should provide a firm foundation for further development. To enhance the global competitiveness and attractiveness of the capital market asset management industry, there was also a comprehensive review of the rules on collective investment schemes, covering reduction of offer and operational costs, classification of funds based on underlying asset class, and several others. Our action plan supports market development through introduction of robust frameworks for new products and processes in collaboration with market stakeholders. The Commission has established a regulatory sandbox that offers a safe space in which startups and other businesses can test innovative products, services, business models, and delivery mechanisms related to the capital market in a live environment without immediately satisfying all necessary regulatory requirements. Along with the regulatory sandbox, we have a fintech division dedicated to products and services rooted in information technology. The promotion of innovation in financial services should lead to reduction in cost and improve inclusiveness by providing efficient products and services. In similar manner, the Commission acted by making rules on the virtual asset service providers in Nigeria. This was done to ensure that the digital asset space is regulated and its activities are monitored for the protection of the market and investors. In making these rules, the Commission consulted with various stakeholders, including CBN and other financial regulators. The Commission continues to enhance its regulatory framework through the issuance of rules to keep pace with market trends. Recent ones include rules on investment-based crowdfunding, which created an enabling environment for capital raising by startups on annual renewal of registration of capital market operators to ensure only fit and proper persons operate in the Nigerian capital market. The SEC has continued to strive to fulfill its mandate of protecting investors and creating an enabling environment for market operations. We remain consistent with our mandate of ensuring that the market provides an important channel for financing for the real sector to drive economic growth, allocate risk appropriately, support financial stability, and smoothen transmission of monetary policy. Last year, the Commission collaborated with NECA to inaugurate the Securities Issuers Forum, which was aimed at providing an opportunity for issuers to engage with regulators on pertinent regulatory issues. The objectives of the forum, amongst others, are to maintain regular contact with the regulator and policymakers, promote sound corporate governance and ethical conduct, advise the regulator and policymakers on regulations affecting companies or issuers, promote healthy competitiveness, and maintain an enabling business environment by monitoring issues of direct relevance to members. This year, the Commission is making concerted effort to ensure the repeal of the Investment and Securities Act 2007 and the passage of a new Investment and Securities Bill into law. This is to align the law with current realities and trends in the capital market regulation, including evolving changes in market practices and disruptive technology. The bill amending the ISA has been presented to the National Assembly. It is envisaged to enhance the Nigerian capital market and bring it more in line with global best practices. It is also to get the laws governing the market in tune with dynamic markets we have today. Furthermore, it will lead to the introduction of new products into the market and enhance the ability of the Commission to regulate the market properly. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have a common interest in developing a healthy, viable, and efficient capital market. Thus, as stakeholders, it's important to have your support as we work towards the market of our dreams. The capital market can do more in areas of provision of long-term funds to develop infrastructure for the country and support development projects. There is still the need to further deepen the Nigerian capital market for it to contribute the required long-term capital that Nigeria needs for business investment, infrastructure, and other innovative finance. The gains of capital market development will be macroeconomic development, lower transaction costs, greater liquidity, improved productivity, infrastructure development. The development of the capital market will facilitate a housing finance revolution. It will facilitate improved allocation of capital and provide small, medium, and large companies access to the market to raise funds, facilitate foreign inflows of capital, raise productivity, growth, and lower unemployment. Capital market development is a spur for growth, improved living standards, and efficiency. The impact of these efforts will be superior economic performance of the Nigerian economy. I therefore invite you, as important stakeholders, to join us in this work towards a deep, vibrant, and efficient capital market. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to assure you of the Commission's continuous support, engagement, and collaboration to bring about sustainable growth to our market and nation. I urge you all to take full advantage of this event and contribute in the discussions that will follow this presentation. Once again, I congratulate the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association for organizing this summit and wish all participants successful deliberations. Thank you and God bless. Lami Yehuda.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Boyi. I will now invite you to take your seats because your job is not done yet. If you were under the impression that you are only going to deliver let me correct that mistaken impression. And one of the things that I said, I have to say thanks to you also, but also thanks to the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission. One of the things that I said before you joined us was that the choice of the DG of SEC to deliver this keynote speak for this session was a deliberate one by NECA. And indeed, the choice of the panel of discussants is also quite deliberate. I'm sure you will know Mr. Sheikh Rajaikanu, the Director General of MAN, and Dr. Louis Brown-Ogbefon is from the oil and gas industry. So thank you for your thought-provoking paper. As part of my job, I noticed that SEC has done a good job of representing what regulation and regulators should be about, not just in the paper, and I happen to be aware also of some of the initiatives that SEC has been responsible for, and I noticed you didn't omit to mention those initiatives. But the paper that we've listened to also has highlighted the importance of a well-developed capital market. I think SEC can be forgiven for being quite partial to their own sector. namely the capital market. So a lot of the things that we heard from the paper focused on the capital sector, but it is quite important and relevant to why we're here. Spoken about the credible, having a credible and stable capital market, its importance, the importance of clarity and consistency in regulatory framework. That one we will, have, very robust conversations about. Also, the importance of collaborative work with other regulators, and he spoke about the 10-year master plan. He also mentioned that there is a commodity ecosystem that SEC has set up. I'm aware of that. And consultations, I have to say that SEC does exemplify one of the things that we think is important in having a regulatory environment that enables business, and that is consultation. So in rulemaking, those of us who are in the publicly quoted sector of the economy are aware that SEC, is quite robust at consultations with the private sector, with CBN, with the NGX, Nigerian Stock Exchange, as they used to be called, in setting their rules. And he's made an example of the collaboration between NECA and SEC that led to the setting up of the Security Issuers Forum. That's a really good example, and it seems, sir, that your paper has touched on many of the positives, and how it should be. But we're going to go beyond that in this session, and that's why I'm saying take a comfortable seat. You might want to, get some water, because it's going to get hotter from this point. The context of our conversation, before I invite comments from my panelists, is setting the importance of regulation. In my view, the overall objective of regulation ought to be ensuring businesses can create and preserve value, but that it is done in a compliant manner, and they're adhering to rules and regulations. So first and foremost, it's important that those rules and regulations should be clear. There should be no inconsistency. And we will speak about that. I'm sure that people in the room who are aware of regulatory inconsistencies, not just of one regulator, but between regulators, leading to a dilemma for you as a business. Whose regulation do you comply with? And the regulators are never shy to assert their independence. So if you point a regulator to something in the law or regulation of another sister agency that makes what is being required of you inconsistent, they will be quick to tell you that is our own rule. You can go and sort it out with the other agency. But this is, we ought to be in an economy where the ability of the private sector to create and preserve value is aided by the consistency, the clarity, and the collaboration, not just between the private sector and the regulators, but also amongst regulators. So, I want to turn to my discussants now. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Boyi, for that inspiring paper. Mr. Ajayi Kadri, I will invite you. No, I think I'll go to Dr. Ogben first, because you had the first shot earlier. What general preliminary comments would you have on the paper that's been presented, and then would like for you to share your own views as well on the importance of building this collaborative regulatory environment that we speak about?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the paper. Looking at what he presented, I think it's a cheering news to hear that you have a regulator, for instance, who has been able to put laws in place, at least to meet up with the current trends of events, and that has helped the growth of the capital market. We can hear innovation and digitalization, for instance, and what you've been doing in collaborating with NECA and other bodies. And apart from that, it would seem to me that you have some governance system in place, especially in areas of monitoring and ensuring that you have a conducive operating environment, which therefore is also attracting investments in and out of the country. and to hear that we have at least a capital market as of today, which is globally rated as one of the best in the world, is something that is also cheering. You're building infrastructures, and of course, you want to have things like lower transaction costs, and that will facilitate inflows of capital. I think those are very cheering news. But like I said, when I was opening or just having some preliminary discussions before you came, when we extrapolate all you've said to what we have in the oil and gas industry, then it means we still have a long way to go. From the basis, let's take our downstream, for instance, which is what really impacts on every Nigerian. I'm sure today in Abuja, those who are in Abuja, they are not too happy with what's happening with fuel, especially with queues. And the question is, what is responsible? One of the things you have done right, which we didn't do well in oil and gas sector, is the fact that it took us about 21 years to refine our laws. So, and after refining the law, I'm not sure today where we are, because the transition is also taking us too long to get to where we want to be. We also have I think the capital market is lucky because they don't have the kind of multiple regulatory agencies that we have in oil and gas, for instance. If I have to count them, I don't think we have close to about 9 from various areas. But the principal ones are the Nigerian Petroleum Upstream Regulatory Commission, the authority, the NMPC, for instance. But like I said, we also have other appendages that constitutes like a clog in the wheel that we don't have. Let me give you a simple example. We have the Ministry of Environment plays a role also, especially in the area of granting or approving EIA reports. We also have the states ministries of environment, or whatever you call them. Let us take a typical oil and gas facility that you and I move into every day. They have what they call the weight and measure. First, the authority will come, ensure that the pumps are working. Weight and measure will come, takes its own measure. And of course, in taking some of these measures, they are not really taking measures. They're just there at the end of the day. There are some collection of fuel. If you're not meeting up with the standards, for instance, and then the authority will come, perform its own role. The local government will come, also perform its own role. One typical example that I witnessed in Delta some time ago was where the local government officials came and pasted a demand notice for 100,000 naira for a filling station to pay for underground tank. Meanwhile, the station is registered, has paid all its dues. So, regulation, therefore, like we said earlier, is such that should promote development, enhance that same development, and at the end of the day, ensure that you have employability within the country, inflows are generated. But I doubt whether that is what we have in oil and gas. And I think everybody will need to, because if we didn't put this on the front burner, it's going to cost Nigeria quite a lot, and that's what we have today. For instance, we also have regulators in all the value chains. Sometimes ago, we have what we call the toxic fuel that came, destroyed cars, and so on and so forth. And that was like the beginning of where we are today. What has happened? So, what I think we need to start doing differently in oil and gas that SEC has done so well is the collaborative strategies that are in place. How much of engagement do we have with all the oil and gas chieftains to sit down and profile solutions to the nagging issues that we have in oil and gas? So the collaboration, therefore, is key. is necessary if we must get beyond the level that we have today. Then, like I said, I'm coming, yes, to take it from where I said before, that taking the nexus between regulation and deregulation in oil and gas is a challenge. We are talking of regulation, for instance, which has helped you. But regulation in oil and gas seems to have been taken out of context. What do I mean? We are driving pump prices through a strictly regulated pricing mechanism. At the end of the day, the Nigerian National Petroleum Limited, that it is now, will have to bear the burden, and he calls it under recovery. At the end of the day, Nigerians know it as subsidy, and whether we like it or not, you're going to throw out through the exhaust pipes about 3 trillion naira. How does that help development of the industry? How does that help development within the Nigerian space? And how is it going to attract investment? First, the disadvantage of that is that nobody wants to build a refinery, because I cannot build a refinery and you ask me, because you are regulating the pricing and not just the processes to make it work for me, I am not going to build a refinery until you deregulate that sector in such a way that I can recoup my investment after sinking so much money into building a refinery. I think I will need to stop at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think, as I mentioned earlier, you have been focused on your area of bias, which is fine. I want to move to Mr. Ajayi Kadri. And what I'd like for you to share with us is first comments on what you've heard of the keynote speaker, and then also, in your view, how can businesses and regulators deepen the collaboration for enterprise competitiveness?
Okay, thank you very much. I must confess I was glad when I heard that it's Mr. Boy that is coming to speak, because our path has crossed. I'm sure you remember our trip, I think maybe to Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire, on the automobile policy for, I think, West Africa. And that exemplifies the challenge that we have about the private sector and the public sector working together. My take on that trip was that the public sector dashed the hope of the private sector on the automobile industry, and that shows the frustration that you have. I don't know how you are coping being a private sector person, working in the public sector, but from what you have reeled out as what you are doing in SEC, and my co-panelist has done very well to recap some of the success stories that you have recorded. So I'm not surprised about your eloquence of presentation. However, I think there is a dilemma, that emerged from what I can see in the capital ecosystem, if I may use that. To the private sector person, especially a manufacturer, capital is very important. We have said in our organization that if you give a manufacturer any loan facility and you ask him to pay more than 5%, you are making him to underperform. And that's what is responsible for the continuous underperformance of the manufacturing sector, never contributing more than 10-11% to the GDP, and not comparable to what happens in other climes where manufacturing has been prioritized. So I see what I call success orphan in the capital ecosystem with the processes that you have put in. And I was just wondering whether what we have always considered to be a problem in terms of ensuring that agencies work together for the overall objective of the average investor in Nigeria. For instance, you are doing a lot to ensure that there is sanity in the capital market. Those of us that are beneficiaries of the services provided by those involved in capital formation and allocation in Nigeria, I think should be a yardstick for measuring the overall success of government. If, for instance, I mean, you have regulated well and collaborated well with CBN, Nexim, and all that, I'm wondering why we still do not have special and priority allocation to productivity. I mean, we have asked Nexim Bank and the CBN to de-risk export, for instance. Because when we borrow money, and if you are lucky to get it from BOI, and you produce and you want to export, you find a situation where we have a disadvantaged position when you repatriate your profit. I said that there is no organization, there is no sector in Nigeria that can give back to the country foreign exchange more than the manufacturing sector. Because when we repatriate our profit, it passes through the CBN. And of course, we have to get it at 4 naira 20 kobo, for instance. But when I want to go buy my raw materials, I go to the banks, I ask for 500,000, you give me $20,000. And so, and you advise me, some have actually advised us to go to the bureau de change, and when you get, you buy at 610, 590. So there is gross injustice. And in terms of regulation, these are the negative regulation that kills the economy. So I wanted an extended responsibility of SEC to these other agencies, because no matter how you do well, your success factor should be the health of your beneficiaries. And I can tell you for free, because we have more than 2,500 members. And year in, year out, our confidence index has indicated that we still have a lot of challenge in terms of how capital relates to us as manufacturers. But I mean, I think that you have exemplified what private sector, public sector collaboration in terms of regulation, using regulation to lead best practice. I mean, and from the operators in the industry, we are able to, we have access to information. And one of the, to refer to what you say, one of the success factors in terms of what this collaboration could achieve could even be sharing market intelligence. We have situations where regulatory agencies are limited in terms of resources. But you see the private sector, when you have an ecosystem that promotes progressive collaboration and exchange, where we provide intelligence information to regulatory agencies that can assist them to get it done. We also have, even at our level, self-regulation, the one that ensures that we survive together in a cooperative environment, and even competition could be the name of the game. So I think that in terms of what we can do together, the regulator and the regulated can have a shared vision of what the economy itself has to benefit from. I must not lose the opportunity to also refer to some arms of government that are not in themselves regulators, but have found ways of becoming regulators. For instance, the National Assembly. I mean, we are confronted with a situation where oversight function has assumed a regulatory dimension. I mean, you have a situation where the National Assembly will call you to account for how you have met your obligations to ITF. Whereas ITF is set up by government, and the Act stipulates how issues can be resolved. Then you have a third party that does not have exactly the same interest that ITF has. And their interest is antithetical to that of the industry becoming a major player and even dishing out fines. So you can have an intrusion into an environment that was set up legally to operate flawlessly. And there has been no, as a matter of fact, in this case I'm referring to, there has been no report from ITF to the National Assembly indicating such infractions. But we all know that if you dig very well, even a stone, you find water. So you always be able to throw up issues. So, well, okay, I can see you are signaling. Thank you.
I'm going to come back to you because the conversation is getting more and more interesting. And I'm going to give Mr. Bowie an opportunity now to respond to the two views that's been expressed. But that's still not going to be the end of it. I'm going to be inviting a contribution from the private sector. I know that a lot of the things that Mr. Ajaikadu has spoken about touches on the private sector, but you know, there is especially the manufacturing sector of the private sector will be inviting a contribution. But Mr. Bowie, your initial responses.
Thank you very much. I mean, these are very significant issues, and I can relate with them extremely well. Because by my background, I was in the oil and gas. I was also in manufacturing, the automotive industry. And now I'm in the public sector, so it's like I've seen it all. And what the members of the panel have expressed, their challenges, their difficulties, I can actually relate with them very well. Now, of course, now on the opposite side, in the public service, our concern has always been how do we make it better for the private sector, and how do we make it better to grow the economy. In our own plan, even the capital market master plan, there's a target we have there. One of the targets is to grow the contribution of capital market to at least 25% of GDP. Today is at 9%. Now, the capital market in South Africa, in relation to GDP, is 300%. So, you can see the wide gap in terms of contribution or in terms of the development of the capital market itself. Now, the development of capital market is also a barometer of the economy. Because if the capital market is developed, the economy develops. So we are extremely concerned at the very low performance of the capital market. And that's why we keep looking at every avenue of engaging, of finding out how can we deepen this market? How can we develop this market more? And those are the kind of engagement that have led to the SIF, because we needed to understand why are companies not coming to the market. Because the role of SEC really is a facilitator. We are to match opportunities, investors and users of funds, to create that framework for that matching to take place. So when we see that there are a lot of funds available, and yet there are no people coming to access those funds, we start to wonder why. And that's what led to the setup of the SIF. But even beyond that, there's a financial sector regulators coordinating committee. This is a committee that involves all the financial sector regulators. And this committee meets regularly, and they share data, they share regulations as well. So I think for the financial sector, what one of the panelists is alluding to actually happens. There's a kind of meeting point where regulations are discussed, where feedback is shared, and where certain refinements are done to regulations to ensure that the economy does not suffer. Now, I would expect that in other sectors, they should have such coordinating committees, because it has worked very well in the financial sector. When we issue rules on digital assets, for instance, CBN will now raise its concern about cryptocurrency. All right? So we need to come up with rules that address that concern, but also allow the market to flourish. Because you cannot tame innovation, you cannot tame technology. So what you do is to try to contain and find a way of managing. So if Nigeria does not come with digital assets rules, these transactions are already happening. So the chances are you either leave that market unregulated, and a lot of wrong can happen with that market and can destroy your economy. Or you bring the players into some kind of regulatory framework and monitor them and set rules of operations for them. But of course, there's a particular convergence of regulatory responsibility. We talked about digital assets. In some clients, digital assets include crypto assets. All right? But in Nigeria, CBN was particularly concerned about the cryptocurrency. And CBN has oversight on currencies. So, of course, we have to come with a position that addresses the concerns of all the regulators. And I think this kind of engagement is necessary amongst other regulators. We also go far and beyond. When we're developing the commodities ecosystem, we needed the Standards Organization of Nigeria to define the standards, to define the quality standards for commodities, for instance. So we actually went to their office and we created a work team between SEC, the SON, and the market operators, and ensure that we work seamlessly to define and agree those standards and move the ecosystem forward. So I hope and I pray that this kind of engagement should be happening across all regulators. I mean, for SEC, I think we have the benefit of some of us being on both sides. So we know the pain points, we know the challenges, and we always try and find ways of making sure that we address some of those pain points.
Thank you very much. I feel like maybe allowing you to continue, but we still have in the next 20 minutes by which time we should have brought this session to a close, quite a few issues to address. And thank you for what you've offered. And in fact, I would like to pick up on the point around the coordinating committee in the financial sector of regulators. And I think, it would be a great thing if we had similar effective coordination and collaboration amongst or between regulators in other sectors. If I take manufacturing, for example, and there are quite a few major multinational manufacturing companies represented in the room today, one of the issues that we struggle with in that sector is you are importing production inputs, something that is required that's not available locally for production, and between the customs and the FIRS, they take extreme positions as to what the value of your import is. The customs is interested in, how much duty they can get for what you have imported. FIRS, when it comes to assessing you for corporate income tax, saying, especially if this is perhaps a related party transaction, or regardless of the fact that you can demonstrate rules of arm's length transaction, they would say, it's too high, because for them it's about how much tax you can get. So that sort of absence of synergy is just making it difficult for businesses to create jobs that can lead to national development. And on that note, I'd like to invite a contribution from a representative of the private sector, especially in the manufacturing sector. Just as we get into the Q&A session now. The representative of the Managing Director of British American Tobacco, Mrs. Ojelia Megison, just share views also on what's been, the paper presented and the comments that we received from the panelists, but I have to limit you to not more than 3 minutes, because then I want to go to the distinguished audience for Q&A. I can guess that people are itching to ask questions. So 3 minutes, madam.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow panelists. It's a delight and pleasure to be here today. My name is Odiri Erewa Megasin. I'm the External Affairs Director for British American Tobacco, West and Central Africa. I'm pleased to be invited to take part in this session today. And I would like to first thank the leadership and the members of NECA for providing us with this platform, and also giving us another subject matter that is very apt when we talk about national development. BAT, just to tell you, we are in over 150 countries globally. And we are transforming our business on a global level. And as some of you may already be aware, we have a new corporate purpose. If you look at the back page of your program, it tells you what it's called, A Better Tomorrow. It gives you some more information about that. What this means for us is that we're reducing the health and environmental impacts of our business. And we're also ensuring that we're providing to our consumers greater choices of enjoyable and less risky products for them as well. Now, for this to happen, as we have in this discussion today, it's important that within the local context, that we have the right regulatory framework that will enable this transformation agenda for us to play it forward, for us to be able to contribute our own quota to the economy. So without this right regulatory framework, it's going to be very important to transform our business, to create more employment, and to bring more revenue into the country. Just a brief of what we've done so far. We began full commercial operations in Nigeria over 20 years ago, and began manufacturing in our factory in Ibadan that was commissioned in 2003. We've invested $185 million into that factory today, and we're very proud to say that from that factory we're putting made in Nigeria products on the West and Central Africa hub. We're exporting to 14 countries within West and Central Africa. And we're generating $1 billion within the last 10 years from export product proceeds coming back into this country. We are also the market leader in Nigeria today, and apart from exports, we've contributed over 400 billion naira in terms of taxes and other payments to the country. When we also talk about employment, creating direct and indirect employment.
Madam, I might have to charge you for
please. No, I'm building
I'm going to invite you to focus on the conversation.
Yes. Now, where I'm going to with that is that when we talk about employment is very important. We have created over 350,000 direct and indirect employment, and we're committed to developing local African talent, right? When we talk about local African talent, we're exporting that. And why is that important? When we talk about national development, you can't develop nationally if you do not invest in your people, right? And that's very critical. I'm a recipient of that, right? I was sent to Indonesia for 3 years. I came back, I was promoted to the position of a director. My colleague there, Buki, also went to Kenya, and she's coming as a very senior level manager in Nigeria. Now, for all of this, bringing all of this together, what it means is that the right regulatory framework has to be enabled for us to have sustainability in terms of development, the national development in the country. And it's a great pleasure to see and hear that SEC is actually driving that. Not only looking at sustainable ways, putting regulations in place that could enhance the capital sector, but also collaboratively within other industry and government agencies as well as providing a platform whereby industry players can come together and dialogue with them to address issues. Now, when we talk about, for us, what the right regulatory environment means to us. My last 1 minute. What we are saying is that, what does creating a right regulatory environment means to us? It means that we must have a seat at the table. So government must have a platform where the private sector can come together with the government to have discussions and shape the regulation that is important. It's also important that governments should ensure that they continue to collaborate for a sustainable regulatory future. The world is changing at the moment, and we have to change very fast with it. And to do this, regulators must be willing to create frameworks that not just only enhances current investments, but also encourages new investments to come in. And in innovations as they come through, they also have to ensure that where there's no framework in place, that the regulatory frameworks that they have are fit for purpose to accommodate these new products coming in. So in closing, what I would like to say is that it's very important that we continue to dialogue, both the government, the private sector as well, to enhance and make sure that whatever regulations come forward are regulations that are fit for purpose, that we have that seat at the table where we make sure that we keep changing things and is apt for the present and also for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the contribution. So what I'd like to do now is to move to the audience, and I will, yes, I can already see hands being, I'm going to be taking 3 questions. Well, I'm presuming there might be questions, but if there are comments as well, they are welcome. But can I request that please limit your questions to, without any protocols, limit your questions to not more than a minute. You know we still need time to respond to the question. So there's a lady in red. Yes, I'll go to the lady first. And then, yes, the gentleman seated next to Victoria. So we'll take the lady first, then I'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Standing on the existing protocols, as we said. I like to bring solutions. I'm not asking a question. Yesterday, I introduced myself as somebody who had been in the regulatory system in Nigeria. I retired as a director of petroleum resources. So I have been there, and now I'm in the private sector. So I have this to say, that when the DG of MAN spoke, he said the regulators see themselves as bloodhounds and not watchdogs, so to say. It is so because of the orientation that they are given. In this country, there's a focus on revenue generation rather than business facilitation. I think that is the major problem. I don't know what the job of the National Orientation Agency is really as regards business participation and business enhancement. So I think that they should look at that. And then when you get to the states, there's a competition between the states and the federal, such that you will see there's an undue emphasis on internally generated revenue. So they do all sorts of things against the little thriving businesses on the highway. Somebody will just come and carry the basket of somebody who's selling. You have not shown him somewhere else he ought to be. And other things that need to enhance his business. So until we change that orientation of focusing on revenue generation rather than business facilitation, and then they leave it to the individuals. Right. I retired from Port Harcourt zone, and if you ask all the oil and gas operators in that zone at the time I was there, I would go to your office and I would ask, what are your challenges? Let me know. Because I don't want you to commit the infractions and I will come with my penalties. I need you to be my friend because I'm about to retire and come and join you. Okay. And if you have that mindset, that is the way to go.
Thank you so very much, madam. I think she's made a very important point. Wow. Actually, to the point about regulators, focusing on revenue generation rather than business facilitation, it's a misunderstanding because if you facilitate business without having to be aggressive, you will end up actually generating more revenue than you will ever get by being an impediment to business. I hope and wish that with the exception of distinguished Mr. Boye, all of our regulators who are in the room are listening to this committee. Yes, thank you very much, madam. Yes, the gentleman in front.
Members of leadership, the panelists, I'll have to say good morning to all. I think we have had enough talk shop on all these competitiveness issues in the industry. And what are we talking about follow-ups? Because we should have a workshop on follow-ups. We've been speaking about all these things as if we are talking to a deaf every time to the Federal Executive Council. We say things, look at the price of diesel, things are just spiraling and going up every time, and nobody comes to our aid. Nobody thinks about it as a serious matter. They want us to employ, they want us, the private sector to be employers. They don't have employment now. So how do you generate employment? When you cannot sell your product. And we've been talking about exports. If you're not competitive, forget export. You're going to carry your goods to Ethiopia or anywhere for any exhibition, and they'll buy it out of sentiments. They'll buy it out of quality and right price. We have poor infrastructure problem in this country. We've been saying these things. How can you compete in this kind of situation? Something definitely and radically has to be done for industry to thrive. But once we close here now, maybe send one delegation to the presidency, and then they forget about it, they don't take it serious. NECA, being the spokesman of the private sector, should please act fast and do something.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. It felt like a sober moment, one that we all should reflect. And I'm going to ask Mr. Ajayi Kadri to respond. And the specific response I'd like to hear from you is, how, in your opinion, can businesses and regulators on one hand, and regulators within themselves on the other hand, deepen the collaboration for enterprise competitiveness?
Thank you very much. And straight away, I will say that we have recommended in the past that we should have a form of staff exchange, where the regulators have some of their people come into the private sector, and some people from the private sector go to the public sector. We had tried this during when Professor Afolabi also was the head of service. We actually got some people from industry. Unfortunately, after he left, it was killed because there's mutual suspicion, and I think that has to be broken down so that we'll be able to have this debate. Also, we should have a joint effort to eliminate corruption, because at the end of the day, some of these pushbacks that we are having between the regulators and the regulated is out of personal interest beyond the strategic objective of setting up these regulatory agencies. Because if I can give you a bribe and not comply, and I can see that the cost of compliance is more than the cost of corruption, it's likely that some business people might just want to get the goal. So I think there should be a deliberate effort to break down this big elephant that is always in the room. Also in terms of joint efforts in research, business intelligence, and knowledge sharing. I mean, it's important that we mutually reinforce each other. Iron sharpens iron. So if we are not enemies, and I thank Madam for that example she gave, we need to be able to work together so that we'll be able to drive the process. And of course, in terms of competitiveness, there is need to drive down cost. There is need to drive down the time that is wasted or the time that is taken to ensure compliance. And innovation will help us to actually break down the need for physical presence and harrowing experience that the regulated goes to satisfy the regulator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. One last question, yes, from the gentleman, and then we'll...
The question goes direct to the Commissioner of SEC. Actually, he said that Nigeria has 9%, while South Africa has 300%. And in fact, there was if you go to capital market, we see some big names there. I think there was something they created before, I think in year 2000, when they call small or medium, they want to maybe to list them. They call it a second tier or third tier. And I don't know actually whether there's any program or the level it has reached now, because it stops and you can't see any small or medium. It's quite long. I don't know whether you have known of the second tier or third tier or first tier. So please, can you?
Thank you.
Explain? Thank you.
It still exists. It's called the NASD. It's a market for smaller and medium enterprises. And the shares are also traded on that exchange. And it functions just like the Nigerian Stock Exchange. But it's called NASD. So any company that's of medium and small nature that wants to access the capital market and wants to create liquidity for its shares, it can also list on that NASD.
Thank you. Closing comments now. Mr. Jaikadri, if you permit me, I will take those very powerful comments you made as your closing comments. Dr. Bayfon, 30 seconds, sir.
45 seconds and 30 seconds. Anyway, the truth is, you can only regulate if the system is also sustainable and being improved upon. What do I mean? As of today, access to funds by investors is a little bit restrictive, and the cost of those funds are also very, very high, especially in the oil and gas sector, now breeding monopolies of those who can have access to funds. How many people in the oil and gas sector, for instance, or how many of those companies can import fuel as we speak today? I think outside the NNPC, I doubt whether others are really important. Therefore, our regulatory agencies will need to sit down, think about what to do, especially in networking with the CBN, and see what they can do about access to funds and cost of those funds, because it is very, 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 very high, really, as of today.
Thank you so very much. And finally, Mr. Boy, your closing comments.
Well, I think it's, from a regulatory perspective, we try to look at the economy and we measure our performance as a regulator based on the performance of the economy. So I think if all regulators can take a cue from that and ensure that they measure their own performance based on the performance of the sectors they regulate, that will make them more business-like and more business-friendly. So I would suggest, and I will also other regulators, because for us, we look at the whole economic landscape and what our regulations are supposed to do. And wherever we feel that there is need for engagement with other regulators, because when we wanted to grow the bond market, for instance, we actually worked with FIRS and ensured that the bond market was attractive and there was some benefit as a result to taxation waivers. And that was instituted. Now, the same thing when we are promoting alternative financing, the Islamic or non-interest financing instruments, we are also working at FIRS to ensure that they are on the same platform with other traditional instruments. So this kind of engagement, I think, is critical and necessary. But I think all regulators should hold themselves accountable to the performance of their sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And with those comments, I would like to bring this session to a close. We've attempted to keep to time, so forgive us for the extra 3 minutes, 33 seconds that we have taken. I want to thank all my panelists. Please, if you think they've done a good job, a round of applause for my panelists. I want to say to everyone that has also contributed, thank you so very much. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Okay, please remain where you are. They were discussing regulatory framework. and I looked at his regulatory style as a moderator. It was a bit lax. He allowed us to breathe. So let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. So let the leadership please join them. Leadership join them. Our moderator took 5 minutes out of our tea time. Okay. And so our tea time will be 15 minutes. Just quickly step out, grab something and come in. I've seen some people in uniform doing some reconnaissance. That means the speaker will soon be here, and then we'll commence. So we'll allow them to step out. Please step out, take your tea or coffee, grab it and come back. Grab it and come back. We have just 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Upstairs. All right. You need to have each has a few
The keynote address actually opened it, which tells us about how do we focus on the private sector as the engine of growth. And I think after that, this next panel discussion probably is the most important. It's like you walking into an eatery. This last session is takeaway. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is called the Summing It Up, Setting the Private Sector Growth Agenda for Government. And I'm very happy to welcome here a man who's been, if my counting is right, sir, 42 years as a lawyer, right? 40. Okay. Two, adding two would not be an excess. Former governor of Ekiti State, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. But I think so without much ado, I'd like to welcome him. It is deliberate that the Vice President sent a fellow lawyer to represent him. He didn't send a carpenter or a plumber. So I welcome you, sir. Otoba Adibaya Adini, I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. So very quickly, we will constitute the panel, Your Excellency, and then you watch them do their thing. It's our takeaway. I just walked into KFC now, and I'm going to take chicken and chips, but I'm not eating there. So that by the next summit, these are some of the issues that will begin to generate discussion. Let me welcome our moderator. The first time I saw the moderator was last week Friday at a Zoom meeting that I stepped into NECA, and I saw a man wearing a Shiago, and he was speaking English so well, and I told Wale, I said, that man is brilliant. You will see the brilliance today as I welcome here, as a Chuma Wambo. Let me welcome the participants here. I'd like to welcome the president of NECA. He's been dotting the teeth. I don't know who's going to do it for me now. He helps me a lot. But now he's going to be stuck on stage. As I welcome Santiago and the president of NECA. We were supposed to have the president of MAN. Is the DG representing him? Okay. Please, I welcome the DG of MAN. Engineer Abdul Yerima, president of NASMI. I welcome you, sir. During tea break, I went to Engineer Yerima. I said, I've been seeing you in front all this while. He said, no, that is a small man. To show me that he's a small man, he went backwards. But it doesn't change anything. You're a very big man. I welcome you, sir. Let me welcome the Vice President, NECA's Network of Entrepreneurial Women, Mrs. Lola Ajani. And here is the Vice President, Nasima, representing the President, Dr. Shiju Adeka, Esquire. Mr. Chumamako, this panel is too powerful. I don't envy you. Over to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Bereyo. All protocols observed. It is my pleasure to moderate the panel for this session that has been rightly tagged Setting Private Sector Growth Agenda for Government. A very high-level recap of the papers that have been presented since yesterday and the conversations we've been having would be to say private sector plays a key role in economic development. Production and supply of goods and services, contributions to government revenue through the payment of various forms of taxes, efficient allocation of resources, job creation, and employment generation are some of these vital roles. The current pathway to our economic development, the National Development Plan, aims at realizing an accelerated, sustained, and inclusive economic growth. To achieve success with this plan, and indeed to achieve success with our entire economic development, would mean that the private sector, the health and growth of the private sector is immensely important. Today, this afternoon, I have with me on this panel the top leadership and key representatives of the organized private sector. They will underline for us, from the point of view of their members, what exactly is needed, those critical areas of action that are required for the private sector to indeed be the center stage of our economic development. But first, here's the format for the session. I would like to leave them with just a few targeted questions. And then thereafter, I will come to you, the audience, to bring your own individual perspective into the discussion by way of comments or questions. It will be okay if they recap in answering the questions. If they recap on some of the conversations, some of the topics, some of the phrases you have heard since yesterday, because we are privileged to have the Honorable Minister also with us today. And then the title of the session also is Summing Up. So let's start. And please allow me to call on you first, the President of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, Mr. Taiwo Adeni. Can you sum up for us what is exactly required in your own words and from the point of view of the organized private sector for us to feel that the private sector is indeed the engine of economic development?
Thank you, Chief. The Honorable Minister, the friend of the House. Like Chief has said, I feel a way that said that it was not a mistake that the Vice President, the fact that the Honorable Minister representing this occasion, somebody had interaction with all of the time. And because of that, just as we were seated there, I was saying that, sir, we are not going to have to repeat a number of the things that we always brought to your attention. But that we want to do something very different from what we have already been. Sitting in this room for the past 2 days now, or yesterday, we want to go away from the rhetorics of there's no forex, there's no infrastructure, and we can go on with the list. Unfortunately, we are taught that the list will be reducing. But you and I know that the list is on the increase. So, it behoves on us to then begin to look away, or for a moment, take our attention away from concentrating our effort on getting government to know what is obvious. Government is not unaware of the myriad of problems that we face as employers of labor. But perhaps what should be different from the way we have operated today is for us to be able to begin to profile solutions or take our suggestions. Because if you ask yourself, you run businesses in the organized private sector. If you are faced with a
room, over the 2 days, we've come up with some very germane points that I would like that we echo so that the Honorable Minister be able to, at least I know he has the ears of the Vice President who is in charge of the economy. Now, one of the things that were raised in this room over these 2 days is the fact that for us, we're saying that there should be an exchange program. And the moment it was mentioned, and it was yesterday, and it was reiterated today, again, the fact that, sir, we've had it happen in the past, where we have directors in the public sector, especially in the Ministry of Industry, come do exchange programs in the private sector and gain some experience to go back and influence policies that will affect the running of businesses in this country. Now, a lot of the time, we lay the blame at their feet. Somebody who has not won the shoe, who do not know how to run a business, you are asking him to sit at the policy table to determine what becomes of running business in this country. It's going to be total failure. So I feel, in my opinion, and I can see some nodding of head in the open, that it's one of the principal things that we need to put together for us to move forward. That's one. Two, I remember very well that when it was becoming almost difficult for government to get revenue to fund the programs of government, or fund government and the governance as it were, government considered what else can be done. And one of the quick things that government came up with was, okay, let's raise tax. And that was done. Sir, we're hoping that the same way a committee was set up to ask the question, what more can government do to generate revenue, to fund governance? Can a committee be set up, sir, to now play the reverse role and say, what more can we do to make sure that we do not belabor the horse that treads the farm, but rather that will begin to look at how can we get those who fund governance to be able to do better in funding governance. So if you have a committee, for instance, who plays the reverse role, say no, now we're not looking at how to generate revenue for government, but how to ensure that those who bring in that revenue have an environment, maybe that will change the game. Maybe to begin to answer to, because then the committee will have to report on whatever the activity of the committee is. And that may, for example, move us forward. I'll stop there so that you will not thank you very much.
Thank you, President of the Governing Council of NECA. I think the two key points that you have brought up are germane. And when you talk of an exchange program, it's not just for people in government, but I believe that you meant also for people in the private sector to go and see it from the other side as well. And I think that's quite very useful and speaking to the heart of the matter. The committee also to review the enabling environment for those who generate the revenue from government through payment of taxes, if I may put it that way. It's also quite instructive. But I'm going to leave it at that for now because I would like to bring the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria into the discussion. And the DG, I would like to start this way. I see that there are a lot of initiatives already from both government and the CBN to support manufacturing. Examples are the Manufacturers Intervention Fund in response to COVID-19. There's also the Rail Sector Support Facility. And then we have the Non-Oil Exports Repatriation Rebate
But what more is needed from the perspective of the Manufacturers Association?
Okay, thank you very much. Enjoying the president of NECA to welcome and recognize our own minister. It's always a pleasure to have you, and you don't experience the kind of apprehension we have when we are relating with government people when you are seated. So maybe it's your disarming smile, but we know that we have a friend in you, and we thank you for your support always. Now, I think the president has provided a general background, and when you started to mention those quite laudable initiatives of the CBN, I was almost feeling guilty that I'm going to ask for more. But what needs to be asked is, did they work for us? And I think we have addressed best practices that met in the CBN sector to say that we know who our manufacturers are, and we know the challenges that they have, and we know that these schemes are supposed to help them in their business. But our businesses are not doing. The priority you are giving our members is not reaching them. And I think it was difficult for us to understand where the lacuna was. I mean, is it that those funds, are they being captured through the intermediaries? And if they are being captured through intermediaries, is it an issue of collusion, or is it the inefficiency of the system? So we look at how we were able to survive during the COVID-19. I'm not saying it because the minister is here, but I don't think the set throughout this period when our logistics was being challenged during the COVID-19. It wasn't the funds that were available, but the fact that, especially the Ministry of Industry and Trade, made it possible for us to continue to operate. What the private sector really needs is not badging. What we need is a conducive environment for us to operate. We took the risk, even in places where there's insecurity, manufacturers still go out to manufacture. Somebody said it here, he's not in Nigeria. He said he has never seen this kind of vibrancy anywhere in the world. And he has worked in, I think, several places, and he's had exposure elsewhere. So I think what is required is for us to make those initiatives to work. I mean, with the CBN, what we wanted, most especially, was to prioritize allocation of forex to buy raw materials that are not locally available, which I indicated earlier that we get our repatriated profit at 410, 420. And when we need forex, we don't get. We go to the bureau de change to get it at 610. What is the justice of it? So it is not so much asking for something extraordinary, but to ensure that you do not ask me to go and play football. And you put my two legs together. Especially because the guys that we are competing with, even in our own market, don't have such inhibitions. They don't borrow at a prime lending rate of maybe 18 and sometimes as high as 25%. But I compete with them in Oyinbo and in Kano. Most of the time, their government is encouraging jumping, and the manufacturing sector will be at the receiving end. So, but quickly to be able to add what you said, what else can be done? I think earlier in the day we had a session on regulatory collaboration of regulatory agencies and so on with the private. I think this is critically important because in our CEO confidence index, we are beginning to see a tremendous increase in compliance costs with regulation. We also see the overlapping functions and the over-regulation in those sectors, limiting our performance. So I quickly want to suggest that, because the excuses given are that they are not well funded by government. So I want government to consider adequate funding of these regulatory agencies. Maybe if we reduce their appetite for aggressive IGR and so on. And then, of course, that we can have a situation where competence is placed above political consideration when you are deciding who to head those agencies. It helps because they are the people they will be engaging in industry. So we do not have this mismatch in
then maybe the third one on that is for us to have a total reorientation away from policeman kind of focus. That we see collaboration, shared objectives in the strategic direction that government has created, so that we do not have a situation where instead of being regulated to deliver for the well-being of the economy, the citizenry, and the industry, we have the reverse. Thank you. Thank you very much for those insights. These are veritable contributions. And speaking to incentives, actually, what comes to my mind as you were speaking was that um, when it comes to incentives, I would like to tie that together with the objectives of government as well, which is to deliver the basic services to people that are working. And if the right incentives and the enabling environment are created, then the private sector can actually apply its innovation, involving government to deliver those basic services so that it's complementary to the efforts of the government. And the private sector can do all the logistics that is required to reach remote communities, so poverty alleviation becomes realistic and achievable. Um, Communities can be uplifted, and various problems, including climate change problems that government has to solve, can also be delivered by the private sector. So it's not just the profit making money that is at the heart of this, but it's complementary in terms of the objectives of government. So thank you for weighing in from that perspective. Let me move on to the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. And one of the objectives of NACIMA is ensuring the creation of a conducive atmosphere for pursuit of commerce, industry, and all other economic activities of interest to the private sector. From the point of view of industry, mines, and agriculture, if there were to be one, two, or three at most visible signs of a private sector-led economic transformation, what would this be from the perspective of the government?
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Please forgive me for the way I'm dressed. I'm just coming from court, so I have to dash down to meet up with the program. Now, for NACIMA, our goal is to ensure that the organized private sector is supported, is strengthened, and also to advise government, okay, on policy to create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive. Now, I will talk about three things. Three things. The first one is standardization. Second is taxation, multiple taxation. And the third one will be funding. Now, we know in Nigeria that the SMEs, MSMEs, constitute the larger part of our economy. We have the big companies, Dangote, Boas, and the rest. But majorly Nigeria is an MSME economy. And the contribution of that sector to the GDP of Nigeria, the economy of Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. Now, on standardization, I would say this generally with respect to the local and international markets. We know the Continental Trade Agreement is already in place. That means that the free movement, of persons and goods within Africa. Now, what that means is Nigeria has a population of over 222 million. Nigeria is a target market for everybody in Africa, isn't it? Now we have our local products. What do? We have these products, but taking them out of Nigeria, exporting them is a big issue. And one of the issues is standardization. We do not have the certifications required for these products to move into even some African countries, into Europe, and into America. Most of them go through the informal route. Okay? Now, we have to ensure that products are standardized to access these markets.
I know there is a very young lady who has gone to Europe to bring, the standard organization there. She brought it to Nigeria, and she's doing a lot now. Because they have the rule, the tracing rule, for agricultural products. They want to know this where you planted, the soil you planted your plants on, the fertilizer you used, how you harvested, how you packaged. They want to know all of that. So she's doing a lot of training on that for MSMEs, so that our products can move into Europe. Without the certification, we cannot access the European market formally. Okay, so government needs to do a lot so that our products can move into African countries when this agreement, effectively take off. That's number one. Even locally, most of our products are not standardized, and this is affecting, the economy as well. We have issue of, adulterated, products, fake products within Nigeria itself. So government can do a lot in terms of regulation, to nip this in the order to support the private sector to drive for standardization. Now going to taxation. They say the lifespan of an average company, new company in Nigeria is about a year or two. And that is true. We see that as Chamber of Commerce every day. Some of our members hold up within a year or two of commencement of business because the taxation is just too much. It's just too many. But I'm happy that our advocacy has paid off a little bit, as this has been included in the new MSME revised policy, that taxation for MSMEs should be streamlined. As a matter of fact, we advocated that there should be a single taxation for MSMEs, just a single, and it will be a discounted, heavily discounted amount, especially for new companies. I'll give you a scenario. I've been working on a project for about a year, spent a lot of money. About 4 days ago, the project took off. I employed about 40 youths, Nigerian youth. And what that means is I've created an economy around that business. So these youths get paid every week, not every month. I pay them every week so that they have something to run, to take care of themselves within that period. Immediately the business took off. Then the Amman guys showed up. The first bill I received was 250,000 naira. That same day in the evening, another one showed up with another 500,000 bill. The next day, another one showed up with a bill I cannot even calculate. He said about 15 member team is coming to inspect, and I have to prepare 5,000 for each of the members. And I told him, I said, look, this is a business that I just started. We just opened about 4 days ago. I know I have to pay some form of, fees and levies to the local government, even to FCT and then to government. But that will be after a year, or about 8 months. You can't bring people into it. This is not right. And he said, no, guys, you have to pass it. Look, you are government. You're supposed to employ these youth. I have taken the burden off your neck by employing them and paying them. So I've created a mini economy. Now you want to shut me down. I'm not going to accept it. And I gave them a promise that I'm going to meet you in court, even up to the Supreme Court. Anyway, you want to go on this? Bring your bill 8 months later or 12 months later, not now. If I didn't have that audacity, imagine what that would have been for me. That's about ₦1 million within 3 days of commencement of business. I was really thinking of how to pay salaries, but I'm getting the people, and they were there, trying to lock the place down. And I said, it's not going to happen. If you do that, we will go to anywhere you want. That is the issue. So government has to find a way to see. FCT has not come yet. FRS has not come yet. That's not municipal. So government needs to do a lot on this. We have advocated a lot, and I'm happy that there are some developments of improvement in the new MSME policy. Now I'm going to talk about funding. It's not because the minister is here. I would like to thank him very much for all he has done for us in the organized private sector. We go to his office almost every week to harass and disturb him from the Abuja Chamber of Commerce. I'm a VP from Abuja Chamber of Commerce, and he has done a lot for us in terms of support. During the COVID-19, because I like to speak in terms of practicals, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was the CBN intervention fund for MSMEs. The CBN was confused when that funding was created on how to access MSMEs. They were confused on that. So what we did was to write to the president, commander in chief, that this funding should be routed through the several associations and chambers of commerce. And the president listening to us because these MSMEs are our members, we know them. And what we did was to guarantee that funding, the loan. Because I mean, when the loan came out, they said you have to, bring a collateral, maybe your car, a TV. These are million small loans. So the chamber guaranteed all its members applied for the loan. And when they got it, they added that to their business when the pandemic was, when the lockdown was over. And I can tell you that a lot of them are still thriving now and they are paying back the loan gradually. You know, so in the future, sir, when governments want to support the private sector, MSMEs, they should go through the chambers of commerce, the capital chambers of commerce, all the associations. They know their members, they can guarantee their members. And those who default, what's happening in those, they know how to, get them in line to pay. So these are the three indications, sir, that I would like to contribute. Thank you very much. Thank you for those contributions. There are quite a lot that I would have liked us to unpack them one by one. I'm afraid we don't have the time. Standardization, taxation, funding, these are critical areas. You did drop some hints on the African free trade, yes, African continental free trade zone. And then SME. Those are two major areas that if we have the time, I would like to cover. So for the meantime, let me move on to the SMEs. And I'm going to direct my question to Mr. Yerima. Um, I think we all know the stats when it comes to SMEs. Over 41 million SMEs in the country, contributing 50% of our GDP, employing over 80% of the country's workforce, but only employing 6.4% of the country's export. So, where is this coming from? Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, Your Excellency, Minister of Trade, Investment and Industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The issue of export in Nigeria is largely a quality issue. That is technical barrier to trade. That is largely the major issue that is affecting MSMEs in Nigeria to trade. I believe in 2013, there was the National Quality Infrastructure Project. When it ended, federal government was supposed to support the organized private sector to own that particular project. Unfortunately, we didn't get the much needed support. And here I am today, God in His wisdom. I occupy two positions, the president of NASME and the president of Nigerian Quality Infrastructure Forum, an arm of the organized private sector that has to support quality issues. And then we have here Mr. Ajayi, who is the first vice president, and Mrs. Selim, second vice president, and I, my own self, the president. We will not be able to really do much because we needed government to support us in the following areas. One, there were 11 training centers that were supposed to be accredited. At the end of the project, only two were accredited. And there were four certification bodies, that is conformity assessment bodies. Only one was accredited, that is that of NECA, to support MSMEs in Nigeria. These issues of technical barriers, that's why most of the MSMEs cannot really play very well in the aftermarket when it starts because we don't, most of the MSMEs are not certified to certain standards. We don't have capacity, maybe they lack knowledge of how to certify their product and services. And those who have cannot afford the rates being charged by international companies. That is one. Two, we have NINAS, which was also a component during the NQIP. That is Nigerian Accreditation System, which is supposed to accredit credit conformity assessment bodies. Today, leaders also need some financial support to be able to continue because it is the organization that is supposed to accredit certification companies locally that will be able to support MSMEs for export. Because also we also have recently the ministry and office of the Secretary of the Government also inaugurated the National Quality Council, which we were inaugurated, but unfortunately we don't have a chairman. They were saying they are looking for a public sector person, a government official to chair that. Quality is a private thing. It's not a government. It only requires government recognition. So for somebody to be the chairman, he must be coming from the private sector to be able to lead very well. Because these products and services that we are talking about, that we need to compete today, the level of the way and manner of competition is being done in the business community is totally different with what we used to have. Today we have Bitcoin, we have technology, e-commerce, and things like that that are needed knowledge and how to use them by our MSMEs, which they don't know how to use them. So the issue of export is largely technical barrier to trade, and we are almost there when the project ended. So I would like to call on the Honorable His Excellency, the Minister, to see how the ministry can give us among us, the private sector players, the chairman of the National Quality Council, so that we can run with it and be able to make the much needed positive impact that will make our MSMEs to compete favorably on the after, with over 200 million people. The first in terms of larger economy in Africa, and also we are high spenders. We all know Nigerians can spend very well, but other African nationals can't spend the way Nigerians would spend. So everybody's, and then the quality index of Nigeria is 6%. That of Ghana is 15%. So they will all come here, and when they are crossing the border, you don't know the difference between one from Ghana or Niger or from, we're all the same, we look alike, we speak the same language. They just come in here and dump all their products here. So I'm calling on the government to look at this. And another issue is that of power. Power is that federal government currently has the national gas expansion program, which is currently ongoing, without funding. That also is good for the Ministry of Trade to also see a synergy, a collaboration with it, because power and logistics accounts for 40% of the input of most of us in the manufacturing or private sector. And gas is a very good alternative to the current petrol and diesel. We don't require a refinery for it. All you require is probably some few components, compressed natural gas. You compress it when you get it from the wellhead, take it to the processing center, you process it. What do you do there? There are just valves and compressors. Processing it, you can take it by truck and go and run your generators with it. In Benin, in 2007, there is an ongoing scheme which allows for vehicle owners, all they need to do, carry from 2007, that's most of the time, if there's scarcity of the product, fuel in the country, Benin people don't really feel it much. Because 1 liter of petrol is equivalent to 1 SCA, 1 standard cubic feet of gas, which is 120 naira per liter. So all you have to do is to take your truck to the gas station. They will convert it for you. But as you are buying, you are refilling, they put up a small mark up for you. So that mark up, with that, as time goes on, you finish paying. That is a successful model. I would like to call on the federal government to look at that model. Instead of saying that, no, we are going to convert 1 million cars, 1 million generators, 1 million trucks, it cannot work. But this is a private sector initiative, which I believe requires government to come in, partner with the organized private sector to see how we can get it everywhere. Because power and logistics today, I have some of my products just to send them from Kano to Lagos. I was paying 250 before, thousand for a trailer load. Today I pay 750,000. We are buying petrol in Kano at 200 naira per litre. Mahula Industries in Kano, they are currently using LNG, liquefied natural gas, and they're getting power 24/7 at a highly discounted rate because LNG compresses the gas to 6 times its volumes. So these are areas that I believe the government will come in to support it. It will really help business owners. Thank you.
Thank you for the contributions and the perspectives you have brought to bear on the discussion. Clearly, these are must-win battles if SMEs must help in boosting the volume of exports and increasing their share of exports in the country. And one of the issues commonly again, standardization. We are hoping that we will see some action in those two respects. Let me still stay on this side of the panel, and I'm going to bring Mrs. Lola Ajani, National Vice President, NECAS Ajani, National National Vice President, NECAS Network of Entrepreneurial Women, before I'm accused of focusing only on the men. Okay, there is no question that women bring unique skills and contributions when it comes to economic development and enterprise. A number of them are in SMEs, of which your network is one of the organized groups to reckon with. So I'm going to ask you, what are the specific needs and expectations of entrepreneurial women?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't say much more to what you said earlier on because, I actually felt we would do ladies first, but unfortunately, it seems like we have protocols. So please forgive me if I do not, understand or present protocols as they should be. But I would copy the rest of the panelists and start by greeting my fellow co-hosts, fellow panelists, and of course, ladies and gentlemen in the room. My name is Omolola Mianjani, and I'm representing Women here today. There's a lot of things that I wanted to say have been said already, and I don't want to flog, issues. But speaking to the women yesterday and today, to sample their opinion, because I'm representing them, what we want to see now is action. We are tired of the English statistics, everything. If you ask us, we'll sit down here and give you a revenue of our businesses. But what we want to see and hope to see in the private sector is real collaboration in its true sense. We want to see the communique that will come out from this. Is it one thing that we're going to pick so that when we come here next year, we can celebrate and say this one thing has been achieved and the impact. And the impact is being felt. I'm one for standing up when I'm talking, but I know that if I stand up, I'll begin to intimidate somebody, so I'll remain seated. So, but the thing is, what are we taking away from this? We say, let us participate more. What we are hearing now is get your PVC. But what we want to see going from this and following the theme and growth is that we really should hold, because everything has been centered around the government. Everyone has said we want the government to do this, we want this and that. How do we truly hold them accountable in the true sense? I was surprised to hear that certain statistics are publicly available. What are we doing with this data? If a woman is being told go to BOI for a loan, and BOI is sending her straight to the commercial bank, what is NECA now doing to help that member to ensure that BOI gives them that loan according to the terms and conditions going the easy way and asking them to bring bank guarantees. I am an example of that, and I know what I suffer going through the route of bank guarantees. Whereas I have landed property with the certificate of occupancy, which is the requirement. So why should you ask me to go to immigration bank to keep, and so many other things that I would say. So for us women, what we are asking is, tell us what you want us to do to contribute. We are ready. Because as it is, like I said earlier, we are tired. And if tired women are doing all that they are doing, imagine what they would do if they were not tired. So on behalf of the women, we are asking that let us leave the drama. If we were to study Nigerian economics, we will need a new set of theories because we have demystified all the economic theories. They've mentioned so many beautiful names and so many funny things, but we somehow found ways to demystify them. And what they keep saying is we are resilient people, and the women are more resilient. So we ask that we should please come together, collaborate as the true organized private sector, and actually pick one, two things that we wish to see impact felt. Because they say we have this policies and then targets, and I don't feel it. I don't see it. How do we feel this impact is what we are asking for. If we are asked to pay taxes, we don't mind. But you cannot ask us to pay taxes and are constantly pulled down to operational issues. Like Zane said, she's doing production to take sites. The baker also mentioned it. Is it insane to have electricity? It isn't. But then how do we do? We are all CEOs. But sometimes I call myself a glorified security because I'm constantly, do you understand, solving problems and delving files that I should not be constant. I will stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, beyond the call for action, women really want to see action, not just grammar to paraphrase her. But you actually hit on some important issues. I note clearly the issue of collateral registry, not getting directed, and then power is a big issue as well. So these are very critical areas of action that, in terms of expectation, we would like to see progress and action in the solutions. Let me still, because I would like to move to this side of the panel before I go to the audience. But let me pick on some of the issues that I posed after Representative of Masima, Dr. Sijuele spoke. And this is on the Africa Continental Free Trade Act. When you look at the tariffs and services offers among the state partners, the FCFTA, some analysts have identified a number of value chains where new opportunities can be maximized by countries. One is also aware that there has been a lot of consultation between the government and the private sector on FC, FTA. So from the point of view of your members, can you share some insights on one or two sectoral opportunity areas and solutions which, if addressed, will really make the most impact with regard to trade and commerce in this country?
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we know that the agreement is not fully operational now. So, in terms of goods, there is a limit to what we've been able to do. It's been the same more or less. But on the side of services, we have been able to enjoy a lot of success there. As it were, services can be rendered remotely all over Africa. You can be in Nigeria and render service to somebody in South Africa and get paid for it. So, in terms of services, a lot has been achieved, and we have supported our members. And we know that the future of commerce is e-commerce. We know that, and the pandemic showed us that the future of business is e. So most of the time we do our B2Bs online, connect business order for your product. We stand in as the guarantor for payment, receive your product. So that reduces your cost.
soil bills and all that. So we have done that for our members. I will use myself as an example. Sometimes, I think it was 2021, last year or 2020, there was an international airline that has a lot of taxation issues in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire, and in Togo. Okay, so the Federation of West African Chamber of Commerce, FEWASI, came to Nasima, and Nasima referred the matter to that Chamber of Commerce. So I was mandated to assist them to resolve the matter. So I know that there was a convention between the airline and this countries on tax exemption. Okay, they're supposed to pay a lump sum, which they are paid, so they're supposed to have like a tax exemption for a period of time, which has not elapsed. But the agreement was in French. So most of the information was in French. So most of the African countries couldn't even place their hand on the agreement. So I had to go and dig that up, travel to the countries, resolve the matter, and I was paid, even though it was not so much that I would have charged if I was doing it privately. Through the Chamber of Commerce, that was paid, and that dollar I brought back to Nigeria. So you can see that advantage of the AFTRA and in terms of services. So Nigerians should be ready to provide services. That's going to move much more than the goods. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for approaching it from the services perspective. And of course, there are opportunities. Probably not all the protocols completed. However, some analysts point to opportunities in automotive, leather and leather products, cocoa, soya, textiles and apparel, pharmaceuticals, even vaccine manufacturing, lithium-ion batteries, mobile financial services, cultural and creative industries. So some of these are probably what we actually under services. So thank you for weighing in from that perspective. And I would like to come to the left side again. And this time I would like to focus on the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria once more. And DG Man, I would like you to looking at the national development plan, the BIPC, as we listened to yesterday, the backward integration performance certificate, and I would like to add the national industrial revolution plan. I know the current minister has made some efforts to be, to be focusing from moving from 4% contribution to GDP to 10%. I know the minister is focusing it on net zero emissions. Now, my question to you from the perspective of your members is there anything we are missing in all these programs and initiatives of the government? Is there anything that is missing in a shift in the way industrialization is organized in this country or in the regulation of it? Is there something that your members would like to say?
Thank you very much. I think it's an acceptable that there's hardly any development that is in advance and is bound to reduce service that does not have a thriving conformity. And so right from independence we have tried to mention the pathway that is lead us to being an industrialized nation, particularly in Africa where we are 16 billion policies that survive the turbulence of change in government policies and the rest of it. But and it was sustained. I mean, so it shows that they are secular. But what we have always said is that we have always been low on implementation. And the fact that there are binding constraints that even in those two documents you mentioned, that were supposed to be overcome for us to be able to advance. No matter how naturally endowed you are, and even your demands of production, we see infrastructure challenge as something that we necessarily overcome. And for instance, power. And I think there are so many initiatives that are planned that if we just go through, we'll be able to overcome this problem. For instance, the eligible customer scheme under the power sector reform, which was actually meant to allow us to overcome this big elephant. Power constitutes between anywhere between 30% to 42% of the cost structure of an average manufacturing process. But this year alone, manufacturers have spent 43 billion naira on alternative power sources. So with this kind of an environment, no matter how good your policies are, no matter how good your intentions are, these binding constraints are going to make one competitive. And you have also mentioned the African Continental Free Trade Area agreement. Government has to deliberately allow Nigeria to have market penetration. We absolutely have no excuse not to excel in an FCFT environment. If we can't compete against America, we can't compete against Asia. We can't compete. How are we going to say we can't compete against these guys around us? I mean, so there is focus, and Nigeria has done a very good thing in creating the action committee on the AFCFTA. Incidentally, it is being directed under our distinguished minister. But I can tell you straight away that we lack that committee has challenges with getting the other relevant agencies of government to support our initiative in overcoming those challenges. And that was the critical objective of raising that. It was to rally around ministry, departments, and agencies of government and to bring in the private sector so that together we can assess the landscape and then see which areas that we needed to be. So I would say that for those initiatives to be able to work, we need to be able to address those basic constraints and strengthen this focus, particularly in the AFCFT, because 1.4 billion people market is not a joke. And look around, there's hardly anywhere that serious manufacturing is taking place. Even though we have our challenges in Nigeria, our manufacturing sector is thriving. There are so many African countries that if you put together all the industries they are not more than the ones I have in Enugu and the sort of industrial area. So we actually need to be able to grow. And also one area I think is important is the legislative process. I think increasingly now we are seeing the relevance of enabling laws in their impact on business. If we go and incidentally the Speaker of the House of Representatives was here and did mention that we have an opportunity to influence policies by going for public hearing and the rest. But you see, this is not the kind of environment where you can have very hot engagement. But we know the impact that we always make when we go for public hearing. We know that some of these things are concluded before the time. So I think it will have been better if the legislative process is made more inclusive, so that we don't even have to get to the first and second hearing before we go to the public hearing. At conception, if there is collaboration between the relevant committees of the House of the National Assembly, you can meet with stakeholders to even shape the very core of those policies. Because once it comes to public hearing, you have people that are for and against, and it then becomes a completely different story. Because after the public hearing, you go back to the
we do not go back again to, we go straight to Mr. President. And then it becomes more complicated to be able to influence. So I think we also need to take that into consideration. And maybe just one I think that we should also make our laws to be implemented in such a way that unanticipated challenges do not necessarily make it difficult. Because we cannot always, a law is a law, thank God we have a lawyer there. It may never be able to anticipate the good and measures of what follows. So there has to be that shared responsibility between government and the private sector to see that once we have an objective that we are doing, the scenarios that come after, the turbulence, the international trade and so on, should not disrupt the actualization of those things. If we do all of it, I believe that those initiatives, those policies that government will endure over time and will be able to make more progress.
Yes, thank you very much for those perspectives. And it's not just the law where we need to establish the spirit to build in the flexibility to adjust to changing circumstances, but it's also the policies that we've talked about. So thank you. And at this point, I started first with the president of NECA, and I'm going to end with the president of NECA before I go to the audience. My last question, and I would like you, sir, to take this very briefly. If you had a check now, and you would like the government to commit to something, what would be the critical indicators of success of the private sector which you would like the government to commit to? When it comes to assessing the health, progress, and commitment of the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to 7 points and maybe I'll put us to the fact that we need a committee that will work with the representative of the organized private sector to look at a number of the issues that have been raised in this debate. These just 3 items of terms of reference for that particular committee. Because when we leave this place, there should be some people that be working on whatever the communicate this week. One or such kind of reference is fact that we have said over time in this room that one of the things that needs to happen is that either deliberately or otherwise, when we have bureaucracies being created, it is to be able to allow that corruption thrives. And so, if, for instance, we have that committee, one of the terms of reference of that committee will be to identify those bureaucracies in all of the agencies of government that work with, and then begin to break them down. Because when those bureaucracies are created, it is an avenue for corruption to thrive. Second, it is important that the committee also take as one of the terms of reference deliberate effort at ensuring that we drive down the cost of compliance. We have said it over and over in this room. Sometimes when you look at, I'll take an example of those of you who run public reserve companies. You would, if you are familiar with IFRS, you ask yourself, why did Nigeria sign to this? Because year in, year out, you have standards being created all over the place. And then the implication of those standards is that you are paying more. The tax authority, those who check your books, you are, and every now and then, you have a new standard, and they tell you there must be compliance. And the cost automatically goes up. And I imagine that same happens to all of our SMEs. You have implications, and you have situations where compliance is on the increase. The implication of increase in compliance is that cost goes up. So you have a table or a desk, a committee that looks at that as part of the
number of the bottleneck. Now, third point or third term of reference I recommend for the committee is also what we have said over and over again in this room. There is no handshake between the fiscal policy and the monetary policy of government. We need a committee, or that same committee, anytime we are going to have such policies coming up, there should be a wrapping section where it is properly looked at and there's a handshake before it becomes a policy. Not when monetary policy is going this way, fiscal policy is going this way, and then the same people that are supposed to implement the policy, we are not hearing from. So I recommend that these terms of there will be more. We can go on and on to bring under that particular committee various issues that have been raised in this room without necessarily talk about power, we talk about infrastructure, so many of them, we can go on and on. There are bases for government to begin to look at alternatives to all of the things that we have always presented to government so that we can move forward, especially as we begin to set the agenda, the agenda for the new government. We have to have a document. I appeal to everyone across it. We must have a document to hand over straight on to the new government so that as they settle in to make policies, we begin to influence the government. This man said something. Once he's coming to public, if you have attended any of those public hearings, someone has said, come and stamp or come and put your signature to what has been decided. To count and say the number of these people attended the public hearing, and so you get back. I want to stop at this.
Yes, I think in the interest of time, I'm happy that you're stopping here because the way the kind of passion you feel, we are giving the space, we are going to be talking about these issues for a long time to come. But what is instructive and what is so impactful from what you have said is the terms of reference, because that is something that we can hold government to from the private sector perspective. If in that consultation, you cannot overemphasize that, in that consultation, the terms of reference are clearly agreed. So that we say these are the success parameters. This is how we know if we are succeeding with this, in this complementary and joint effort between the public sector and the private sector. So that is very good. And I'm hoping that the Honorable Minister would respond to that at some point. Now, I would like to go to the audience, and I see from my time check that I've got only about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes with the audience. So I will encourage you to be quite brief, be charitable so that many as possible can have the opportunity to ask questions. I want to apologize to the virtual audience that we will not be able to take direct questions from you. If you do have a question, please send them to the secretariat, and we are going to make sure that it's one of the part of to address. And just one more guy, when you want to ask a question, I would appreciate if you could say your name and the organization that you work for, just so that the panel members can have the right context to respond to your question. So I'm going to hands up those who would like to ask questions. Okay, so there's one here. We will go from here. One, two, three. I'm going to say four, but that's only if I can allow. So one, two, three, four. Let's go. Oh, thank you. Mr. Tunde Balugu. Oh, my comment, we go to the man from Abuja Chambers of Commerce. Nice presentation, sir. My concern is that when you talk about African Continental Free Trade Agreement, you talk about services. And look at the intangibility nature of services to not use an optimal delivery. Because of the services are intangible, like in the area of the tourism sector. In a nutshell, how could it be more fundamental if under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, because it has not been in conception, how do you do a synonymous relationship in that sector?
saying was that the agreement is not fully operational yet, and that is affecting the goods part of it, tangible part of it. But right now, I'm saying services, okay, is taking the lead in the sense that you don't need to cross the border to provide services and to earn and to create some form of jobs and and support the economy. That's what I meant. But what we're doing at the Chamber of Commerce is that we're supporting our members who are mostly SMEs on standardization of their products, on the value chain, the packaging of their product, getting ready for when the agreement becomes fully operational. More so, we are also looking for ways of getting funding for them while we will guarantee them. Okay? Getting funding from government or from the financial market at a digit interest rate. We know that is very difficult, but we are getting there gradually. So what we're doing right now is preparing our members, okay, supporting them, strengthening them, getting ready for the full operation of the agreement. Okay? So, but before then, what I was saying is services is being provided now across the continent. Okay? And a lot of revenue is being generated by Nigeria with that. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have some good advice. We take all the questions and then we get the responses from this side of the table. So let's have all the questions. Just go straight to your question and then ask the next question.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. My name is Eke Obiji. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME. My president is seated there. My question is this. We've talked on so many issues, but one point that kept recurring is the issue of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I just want to propose that the communique of this program, this summit, should include the challenge of infrastructure if we want to run effective African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The guy from Abuja Chamber of Commerce talked about services, but the businesses that will participate in the FCTA will not just be doing only services. Manufacturers will play a role, move their products from one part of Africa to the other. And we are talking of a lot of our people will not be going to Europe, to Asia, to market their products. They are going to market it in Africa. If there's no good road network, rail line, and so on and so forth, how do we operate? So I propose that from this communique we are going to produce, we should ginger our governments to take that up. I know it may not be too easy to cover the whole, but they can't do it. But if there's a way by which it could be raised as a concern at the African Union level, that owns FCTA, that will help so that each African government, the country government, will have a way of taking this up. They can find a way. I'm very, very sure of that because it's going to be a continental initiative that will be very, very useful to our continent economically. I beg to stop there. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you for your contribution. And I summarize, the challenge of infrastructure must be in the communique because it's something that cuts across the different sectors, not just services, but also affects manufacturing and so on. Thank you for the comment. Next, please. Yes. From this spot. Yeah.
Moderator, I thank the Honorable Minister for Trade and Investment. I think all of us have been here since yesterday till today, and all boiled down to business owners, people that matter in the economy. So we do respect. Whatever we say here is binding on all of us and the nation. So the nation, we are the one that moves the nation up. For instance, you have heard all that said here concerning those in the government. I had a word there that we should bring them together, let us know what they are doing, so that it will help in creating the goods and services. Because when they do their services, their policies, they want to do the policy, they want to implement the policy also, and it will affect manufacturing. So I was surprised to hear that CBN will increase tariff or remove tariff or we put ban on so many goods, which is not obtainable in any way. So we should copy what is good for this country to move forward. Most of our people who are seated here have suffered silently. So we want the government at large to address all these issues. And I'm so happy that, in fact, this is my first time as head of NAGA. And I'm so happy that we have a private organization that cater for people like us. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I'm so sorry. We really want to keep the time, and it's almost 4:20, which is the exact time when we're supposed to stop. You can write down your questions and pass them on, and then we can get them on the sidelines when someone responds. But thank you so much for your very active participation and contributions, and I thank you as the panel members for the great insight that you have brought into this discussion. Remember always, we are not adversarial, it's constructive and collaborative, and we want to work with government so that we can make progress for the entire country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Julian, please can you join the panel for a group photograph? The acting DG, if you're not too tired, you've worked so hard today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, as they step down, let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, Barrister. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been 2 days of very intensive work and deliberation on the reason why the private sector should be utilized as the engine of growth. So we are coming to the closing remarks by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the person he has sent is a man that has tremendous achievement. By the time he was done as governor of Ekiti State, he was one of the youngest at 45. And now he told us at the beginning, been practicing law for the last 40 years. He's a man that has a very extreme experience in disputes and legal and advisory work, notable in achievements, project finance, oil and gas, contract procurement, and business facilitation. That means he has experience in the private sector. But I think what defines his person is the three sports that he loves to do. He loves to play squash, football, or particularly tennis. Somebody once told me that life is like tennis. Those who do well in life also do well in tennis. If you serve in tennis and it's below 30%, you lose the match. Watch Nadal, watch Federer, watch Djokovic. When they win Wimbledon, US Open, the service level is beyond 70%. No wonder he plays tennis because he believes in service. So without much ado, please join me as I welcome Otumba Richard Adebayo Adeniyi.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, I am here to make remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. funny because at some point in my life, when I was a rascally young schoolboy, a friend of my father's made the suggestion when my father was set up a furniture factory that if I was not interested in continuing my studies, that he should send me to learn carpentry. that suggestion was a wake-up call for me. I quickly changed tack and faced my studies. However, I'm not sure it was such a good decision because these days people who went into the carpentry trade are making a lot of money making furniture. However, the jury's still out on that. Another comment he made was he mentioned the issue of takeaways and that he was going to go to KFC for a takeaway. I find that interesting because I don't know, this MC, there's something about him. Because before this appointment, I used to be the chairman of Debian Nigeria Limited, which is the company that bought KFC. But one thing that he did say that is definitely far from the truth is that despite the fact that I created it, definitely not on the level of those he's compared to. But thank you anyway. Thank you very much. As I said earlier, I make these remarks on behalf of His Excellency the Vice President. I'm glad to have been invited to give my remarks at such a pertinent and timely discussion on setting the government's agenda for private sector growth. The government's agenda is of course driven by its aspirations and priorities. Our priorities have been sharpened and validated by the recent double black swan events of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. So what are our aspirations and priorities for Nigeria's economy? Nigeria's gross domestic product grew by 3.11% in real terms in the first quarter of 2022, showing a sustained positive growth for 6 consecutive quarters. This is a tremendous achievement, especially given that growth was driven by the non-oil sector and led by the telecommunications, financial and insurance, crop production, and food, beverage, and tobacco sectors. However, there's still work to be done. With an unemployment rate of between 33.3% and 42.5% among the youth demographic, it means that there's still a lot of work to be done in driving growth in job-rich sectors and at the right pace. The case for industrialization-based growth has stayed the same. Our large and growing population means that a huge demand exists for manufactured items, and Nigeria will continue to import these items from around the world as long as we do not seize the opportunity. Furthermore, our agricultural sector is not adequately linked to manufacturing. As a result, the value derived from this activity, which engages half of the country's workforce, is suboptimal at best and zero at the worst times when agricultural output is lost, rotting away in the rural areas. A compelling lesson that the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russian-Ukraine war, and indeed every global crisis continue to teach us is the need to build the resilience of our economy. Resilience in terms of holistically redefining our economic security and taking action to improve the supply chain security of its constituent items, creating a deeper and broader base of government revenues, securing our main revenue stream, and reducing the vulnerability of foreign exchange reserves. We can be sure that the drive to attain net zero emissions and eliminate the energy dependence of developed countries on fossil fuels will be accelerated by the lessons learned from the Russia-Ukraine war. The European Parliament recently voted to set a 2035 deadline for the production and sale of zero-emission cars and vans. This requires car makers to cut their average fleet emissions by 15% in 2025, 55% by 2030, and 100% by 2035. This presents a significant risk to our main source of revenue and our ability to meet our energy needs. Nigeria's unmet energy needs are huge, and future population will surpass 400 million at current growth rate by the year 2050. We therefore need to shepherd the country through this period of transition by leveraging our oil and gas resources for our own economic growth, reaching our net zero emission targets, while motivating and indeed insisting on policy flexibility from our development and trade partners. Nigerians have long struggled with access to and cost of finance. This challenge continues to hold back production and create suboptimal demand from a 200 million strong population, which can potentially drive cost competitiveness based on economics of scale. The access of consumer credit also holds back social mobility as a result of the need to pay upfront for assets such as homes, vehicles, and white goods. Yet the ease of acquisition of these items is a hallmark of a thriving middle class. The private sector is the main engine of growth in every economy. Successful and sustainable businesses create jobs, pay taxes, drive innovation, behave responsibly within their host communities, and are fair to their employees. The private sector is better positioned to mobilize the capital required for investment into the priority areas, and we know that a lot of work remains to be done in this regard. For instance, we estimate that at least $6 billion is required to finance industrialization-based growth to secure the supply of key manufacturing inputs such as cassava starch, palm oil, and sugar through backward integration. Nigeria requires $400 billion United States dollars of new investment above business as usual spending to meet its net zero pledge, and we estimate that at least $2.5 billion is required to kickstart consumer financing for the purchase of goods and services in priority sectors. Increasing mobile penetration, access to the internet, and adoption of digital platforms to solve everyday problems is transforming the way we live and work. 10.9 million new mobile subscriptions were added in the period between April 2021 and March 2022. Also, the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System reported that the volume of cashless transactions rose by 44.26% in the first quarter of 2022, an increase to 1.88 trillion transactions from the 1.3 trillion transactions recorded in the corresponding period of 2021. Our world is changing, and we have to equip our growing youth population with skills that are future-proof. And no one is better positioned to take on this role than the private sector, who are preparing to reap the opportunities that this changing landscape provides. The private sector is also better positioned to determine the right mix of automation and labor that is necessary for optimal production, while creating the high number of jobs that addresses the size of our unemployment numbers. Relevant teams across government are implementing various initiatives and policies that address cost competitiveness, such as improving power supply and road networks, bridging the gap in industrial skills and innovation, improving the ease of doing business, addressing historical issues via the tax laws, and facilitating access to affordable finance, amongst others. It is obvious the partnership with the private sector is essential to bring about the transformation that matches the scale of our needs. We also believe that NECA, being one of the foremost organized private sector groups in the country, is primed to take a lead in this regard. In concluding these remarks, I would like to respond to a few of the comments that were made by the panelists earlier before I came up here. When you were speaking, I was copiously taking notes because I knew I was being challenged and I knew I'd have to make a response. I'm not going to respond to every single issue that has been raised, because many of these issues, you all know that we have discussed them on many occasions, and as representative of government, and as your representative in government, I continue to do my best to try to see to it that we resolve a lot of these issues. All of you are aware of the giant strides this particular government is making with regards to infrastructural despite the need financial resources, this government is doing is very, very impressive to try to improve on the infrastructure of the country. The suggestion has been made. Well, first of all, I would like to say that I would expect that a report would be given to government, maybe the communique that will be issued at the end of this summit. We will get a copy of that communique so that we can respond to all the issues that you will be highlighting there. I assure you, if I get a copy, I will present it to the Vice President, and at his level, he will be able to take decisions, maybe give me instructions as to the way forward, and he is my boss. I agree with the idea of setting up a committee. I believe in that strongly. I believe that it's not for government to make policies and for people who do the policies, who are going to operate based on these policies, not to have a say in it. I believe you should have a say in the policies of government. So I agree that a committee should be set up that will look at all these to work together, the private sector and public sector, to see the way forward. I believe that yes, there should be a handshake between fiscal and monetary policy, and I believe I have an appointment with the governor of central bank next week. So I believe your suggestion has come at a timely manner, and I will take it up with him. I believe that the committee should have a representative of the central bank on it as well. And like I said, I will trust this in hands. Everybody can hit that together. So whatever policies are going to come up, whatever interventions are going to be made, everybody will have a say in it for the betterment of the country. Another issue, yes, on the Engineer Yerima, President of that, on the National Quality Council, please send me suggest three names for the chairmanship of that council, and we will see what it is the chairmanship of that council is something that we have been battling with. We've been trying to look for the right person. So your suggestion, well, your mentioning it here gave me the was like a very bright spark in my brain that why don't I allow you to suggest who you feel should be the chairman? So send us three names with their CVs. We'll look at it, and I will make the recommendation to them. I was very impressed with the statement made by Mrs. Olaja that the women want action. Rest assured, women want action as well. Thank you very much. Engineer Yerima, when you suggest the chairman, tell them it happened in my presence in the commission. Let's put our hands together for the honorable minister, please. There's a reason why at most Olympics, the marathon is a final game. It is for those who have the energy and the strength. All of you in this room are marathons. Most times when you have a two-day conference on the second day after Pandemiam and Egusi soup, and it is 4:30 p.m., you probably have close to 12 people in the room. The room is almost half, very full. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And so without much ado, without holding the honorable minister, I will go straight to the voice of vote of thanks. And the man has been here very quietly. You wouldn't know it on anything. A lot to appreciate. He works for a company that is science-led, research-based, focused on three main areas: pharmaceuticals, vaccine, and healthcare. But he's here, very gentleman, looking up, jealous of his flat tummy. Please welcome here the first vice president, Mr. Kunle Oyelana.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your presence here. And I just want to add my voice and attest to the fact that you have one person in government that I would say surely has a listening ear
had several interactions with you, whether online or even in person, and that disarming smile is there. Wow. And you know that he has a concern and passion for business, which has demonstrated even just now. Thank you very much again, Honorable Minister. Really, really appreciate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to take the vote of thanks this evening after the two-day session that we've had. If you permit me, allow me to embrace the already established, long-established protocol, and I'll just go straight to it. On behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I would like to thank His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON, SAN, the Right Honorable Femi Gbagemiila, Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, own again, very dear Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Otoba Adeniyi Adebayo, Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Dr. Chris Ngige, ON, and Minister of Finance, very ably represented, for their participation, presence and participation, and importantly, their support in ensuring that the private sector continues to take its place as the engine for national development. I will also like to appreciate our social partners. Many of them are present even up till now, right from yesterday at the beginning. That's the International Labour Organization, the Nigerian Labour Congress, the Traditional Union Congress, the International Organization of Employers, and of course other arms of the organized private sector. We have MAN very well represented here. We have NASIMA, they just stepped on the stage. We have NASMI, and we also have NASI for not only being present at this event, but also for participating very actively here. We really appreciate that, you all. We must acknowledge and thank all speakers, all discussants, all panelists for the very robust conversation that we've had here over the last 2 days, for the thought-provoking presentations, for the inspiring discussions and questions, and also, of course, for the very well articulated messages that you had. This summit, the first of its kind in Nigeria, would not be complete, and probably would not even have held without the active participation and support of our highly esteemed CEOs and chief executive officers of various organizations that are present here. They are the employers of labor, and they are the captains of industry and key players in the organized private sector. I would like, on behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, thank you very much for your confidence and trust in us, for your residence in staying over these 2 days, for your commitment to sustainability, and also for the sponsorship of this event. We really appreciate that. I want to also especially appreciate the team that put this entire event together, starting from the chairman of the think tank that was put together to drive this, for their sacrifices and all the relentless hard work they've done here, for several months up to this moment. I want to miss out members of the Secretariat of NECA who have worked tirelessly over the last 4 or 5 months to put this all together. Can I request please to put our hands together for that? And for all participants and the stakeholders that have joined physically and are still present in the room, and I think he said the room is still virtually almost full after 2 days, which is very unusual actually. Indeed, you are marathoners and you've got the stamina, and it also shows your commitment to what we're speaking about making sure that the private sector continues to be the engine of national development. I want to thank you for your attention, for your active contribution, and one could not have asked for a better audience for a program such as this. Thank you for staying through these 2 very intensive days. As you are well aware, this summit I've mentioned is the first of its kind. And we are confident, even from the assurances that the Honorable Minister has already given, that the outcomes that we're going to reach at our discussions here will be embraced by government at all levels for the betterment of our country. The organized private sector, like we know again, is the engine of national development. And that engine will get stronger to create jobs, more jobs, and many more jobs. If some of these suggestions have been put forth are embraced, and if the room is given for the private sector to grow, to expand, so that we can continue to drive inclusive national development. And that is the objective of all we've been doing here. It's good as with the nation, all of us, including government, is we're looking for, searching for foreign direct investment. But it's also very, very important that the current investment we have, we enhance it and we protect it. On a final note, I would like to thank God for the safety of everyone here for the last 2 days. And I would like to end by again thanking God for the gift of life and making this summit a very huge success. I would like to wish you safe journey messages back to your destinations. And God bless you and God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
While he was giving vote of thanks, I got about 5 phone calls in that corner. And the person said the man didn't mention his name. He's very angry. He's not happy. And I'll be pleading with the person, negotiating. The man that sat here didn't thank himself. On his behalf, let us appreciate him. Thank you very much for the work that's done. Honorable Minister, please, can all the people in front come forward here for a program before we close finally? Do we invite members of the Governing Council too? Please, Governing Council members that are here. Cameraman, are you happy? All right, shall we have the national anthem? That's all right, please. Thank you very much. As you go, safe flight and journey mercy. Please, all the Denka secretarial staff that is here, please come out.